Yo, hello, welcome. Thank you for watching. How's everyone? It's Early, better known as Jay. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for watching. New TikTok, new YouTube. Early underscore on TikTok, early underscore on YouTube. New videos. Go watch if you want to. I just got back from the doctor. I was at the doctor. I have school soon. Hello, welcome, thanks for watching. Hello. Yo.
Mission log. This reality feels familiar in so many ways. Yet something's not quite right. The loop seems stable, at least for now, but the storm has changed. Almost like someone's been tampering with it. Maybe it's because the zero point's been fragmented. Who knows what kind of instability that might have introduced. I wish the scientists were here. That big brain of his would come in handy right about now. If only... Never mind. I've got work to do.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Please, can we discover Aunt May's cherry pie dimension? It's up to us to help the people who
30
can't help
seconds before you
themselves.
attack. Get ready.
You're right. Or am I imagining this?
Do you see a unicorn in an afro wig next to me?
No.
Then you're missing out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Time-storm entanglement. Whatever does that mean? Frank's doing what he does best.
Back in the swing of things.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Better stop that vehicle. Double kill.
Gonna get
Be
sticky.
your best self.
Seriously, how many gods are there? Lead them to Khonshu! I'm not done. I'm good to go. Smoke 'em.
I like the cool.
Back in the swing of things.
Us against the world!
Kind of vulnerable. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Round and pound. Back in the swing of things.
You stop them in their tracks.
For mutant kind! There's a Lord icon! I have become vulnerable. The King of Light!
I gotta do better this time. Yeah.
Damn, how's their accuracy percentage?
Yeah.
Light to
Spider Fist is ready.
Please, we're hurt. I suck.
I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception. Yeah.
go, Deadpool.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yeah.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Hey, got Mac. I feel so excited.
A nice.
I'm not a vengeful person.
Better stop that
Today I'll make an
vehicle.
exception.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Right is right, and wrong is wrong.
Back in the swing of things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Us against the world.
Yeah. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Too sticky for you.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Extermination!
I'm not a vengeful person, but today I'll make an exception. Yeah.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ah, gotcha back.
You will fail.
Better
I'm not a
stop that
vengeful
vehicle.
person, but today I'll make an exception. Yeah.
A nice deep freeze.
You just built a neato?
Gonna get sticky. Yeah.
Stop them in their
Put some
tracks.
pep in my step. Yeah. Yeah.
A nice deep freeze.
Gotta admit, he gets things done.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, here they are
Yeah.
now.
I'm hurt.
Yeah. Back in the swing of things.
Us against the world.
A nice deep freeze.
Yeah.
Only 60 seconds left. 30 seconds. Don't give them
Be
another
better this
inch.
time.
Or else.
Gonna take a break. You guys finish up.
Anything could hurt me. It's the grand finale. The final 10 seconds.
That's how us creatures of the
We'll
night.
have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
God offend you.
A nice deep freeze.
Cover your spandex,
Nice.
They're behind us. presented by AT&T.
Every weekend, the crown and $10,000 are on the line for those that bring their best.
Congrats to Ty CFB for being crowned King of the Court for 5 weeks.
Will you be next? Get your games in now and get ready for the next weekend of competition.
Hey friend, your stream is incredibly, and I love it. That's why I followed you. I love to share some ideas to help you improve. Kindly add me up. Discord? Yes, for sure. Thank you. I don't use Discord. I do, but I don't. I use it for personal use. I use it for personal use. I don't socialize. Good finish. That was a good finish. That was a good finish. Okay, predictions. Will we make it? Will we make it? Fuck no. Damn it. Okay. Good finish. The free throw is gamble because I got no free throw. So when I go up to the line, I want y'all to predict. I want y'all to try to predict if I will make it or if I will not make it. You know I got that three on me. You know I got that wet. I'm just fucking. I'm just fucking, chat. I'm just fucking. Ooh, almost. Whoa, that was actually a good finish. Like seriously. a pass. Yep, that was a good. That was good. Good game. Oh yeah, that was a good game.
performance last time. Will it be more of the same? Stay with us on EA TV. A warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And excitement in the air because it's opening weekend in MLS. It's the Philadelphia Union, and they take on Charlotte FC.
Well, the atmosphere is incredible inside the stadium, Derek. There's a real sense of optimism amongst the fans about the new season and what it might bring. It's been a long wait, but hopefully we get a great game to kick their campaigns off.
Well, did well to win the ball back. He fancies it. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. And taken short. Well, shooting from that tight angle, wishing he hadn't bothered.
Well, he went for goal, but probably not the right decision, I would say.
Continues his run. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. And a goal! 1-0, and what a fast start they've made to this game.
Well, here it is again. He goes past his marker so easily with just a drop of the shoulder, and then the shot could not be hit any better. Struck with such venom. Great goal.
And the ball is moving once more. How important will that opening goal prove to be? And he has options available. Foiling his opponent completely. Well, spot on with that challenge. Oh, good-looking run. Racing past his man. Well, I don't think that effort remotely qualifies as respectable.
And the reason it's off target, because the technique was really poor on that occasion. That's not a good effort.
Ure. Oh, moving it nicely. Has eyes for goal. He's blocked it. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Westwood. And taken away. He won the ball. Well, very effective play in possession. And a chance to level it. That was going in. And the corner kick it is. What can they do with this one? They look for inspiration. Playing it in. Well, it's a long way off target, you've got to say.
I'm waiting for school.
Oh, he's lost possession of the ball. Can he convert? Couldn't quite hang on. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising. Really being closed down. This could square the game. Can they put it away? Oh, that's brilliant! A strike so delightful. You'd never tire of seeing it again and again. Sheer technical excellence. A goal of the highest order. Take a bow.
Well, he's hit this so well on the half volley. Just look at the power he generates. That's a wonderful goal. It's unstoppable. Brilliant stuff. Well, they needed that, and so did he. Just look at the manager's relief there.
So back underway. They've levelled it at 1-1 here. This is looking threatening. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say they're good value for the lead.
Well, here it is again. What a good build-up this is. Quick, incisive passing, clever movement, and all done at pace, which led to a simple finish. That's a real joy to watch.
Well, back underway as we reflect on the goal that's made it 2-1. And passing it well. Well, the danger is still there. And he's gone for power. So close to finding the net. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind, but he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Good through ball. And he takes it on. Well, not a million miles away from the equaliser.
Well, he couldn't quite get it on target, but at least they're making chances now.
Good example of pressing without the ball. On the offensive. A tremendous block. Surely! And alarmingly, that is a long way off target. what you call defending from the front possibilities here. It has to be. And really on the scent of his second goal of the match.
Well, he's certainly been a handful today, and that could easily have been his second. He's looked really dangerous.
A gift for any goalkeeper. Elisha Owusu. Now, was that challenge in the grey zone? Play on. Just the challenge that was required. What can they do to stop him running at them? Is it going to be? It's gone in! Well, they're really in the mood here. Can they be stopped?
Well, here it is again. He goes past his marker so easily with just a drop of the shoulder, and then the finish is fairly simple in the end. That's a good goal.
And so it is, the first half story has been written. two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Now putting it wide from there, disappointing. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Teammates available. Strong hand on that one. Let us just point you in the direction of Major League Soccer action live on EA TV. It's the Philadelphia Union facing Minnesota United.
That should be a tasty encounter. Plenty of quality in those two sides. Certainly one to enjoy.
And a long way out here. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. To Aloma. And a strong tackle.
Please check your pockets and come to reception to claim a lost
Well, good run and good ball control. And you cannot argue with a hat-trick. Simply unstoppable today. Well, not too much defending going on in the grand scheme of things. 4-1. Oh, breezing past him. Oh, no! Couldn't beat the goalkeeper. A foul it most certainly was. Free kick given. And a yellow card for that, Stuart.
And he's going to have to be careful now. That was a silly challenge.
Clears his lines. And the shot. And pushed away to safety. Glesnes. Well, a quick reminder, there's another MLS game for you to look forward to on EA TV. It's Charlotte FC up against the San Jose Earthquakes. Can he find the right pass? Well, we could have made that decision from up here on the gantry. And with play stopped, they will make the change now. Committed challenge. Giving it a real go in the wide area. And the keeper's hand. Opportunity. And into the last 20 minutes. Takes aim. A goal! An exceptional performance this. 4 to the good now. glut of goals. 5-1 it is. He's in with a chance. And it's there for him. A goal! We're really being spoiled. This is attacking football at its finest. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Oh, good-looking run. Just needs to get rid of it. Struggling to keep the ball. Well, you've got to say, comfortably off target, Stuart.
Yeah, that's a waste of good possession. His teammates are not happy with him, and they're letting him know.
Textbook closing down, and now they're on the attack. What an important piece of defending. A decisive clearance it was. 10 minutes to go then. Zaha has a go. Oh, a smart stop. Outdoing his opponent. Might be a chance here. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Well, if there were any lingering doubts about the outcome, surely they now have been removed. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Straight forward for the keeper. Well, the seconds are ticking away, and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, what can you say about this performance? They've been absolutely brilliant. They've played with such guile and creativity, and their passing has been so expansive. Not many teams would have stopped them today.
And he takes it on. Oh, he saved it well. And the referee is going to add on 3 minutes. And unable to keep the ball. It is a decent looking attack here. Oh, there it is! It's one goal after another, and it speaks to the quality of their performance.
Well, here we can see it again. Look at the way he glides past the defender to create space for himself. And then what a finish. That's been hit with such power and pace. The keeper has no time to react. It's a brilliant strike.
And here it is, the final whistle. The home fans are going to be happy with this result.
Well, what a way to start the season. They passed it well, they looked organised, and they deserved their win. It's a great result.
No two ways about it. He really has brought his influence to bear on the proceedings.
Well, that was as good as I've seen for a long while. He was bright, sharp, inventive, and of course clinical. What?
The Free Nationals.
You know my daddy was a gangster, and father before him was it the. I'ma learn to escape about these handcuffs.
I'm waiting for school. Rob. Ah, fuck, no. Whatever. Yo, what the fuck? Hey, hey, hey. 1 second, yo. Yo. There we go, there we go, there we go. Wow, no one was gonna nothing. That's wild.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm your friendly neighborhood
We're on
Spider-Man.
Marvel
Only my
Rivals.
neighborhood is now like multiple
Marvel
realities.
Rivals.
Cool, right?
Jaja on YouTube. Jaja underscore.
Please, can we discover Aunt May's cherry pie
30
dimension?
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah.
Gray in danger. Must act swiftly if we wish to save him.
Sounds like someone's been hanging out at the TVA again. How's my old pal Mobius?
I do not know what you see. Must be making of a difference.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
some walls. I'm psionically linked to a giant robot. I win.
Better stop that vehicle!
Yo, where's the audio?
All eyes on this spot. Enemies on approach.
This is gonna hurt. Ready for another go, Spider?
Pulse charge. Fire.
That doesn't count.
Got a healer damage on tank.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Your god is suffering.
Only 60 seconds left.
Power is a great gift.
Stop
It
them!
must be used wisely.
Better stop that vehicle! Down to 30 seconds.
Our victories
I'm psionically linked to a giant robot.
Still a chance to stop them. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I wanted to use the other character, but someone's using it.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. I'm counting on you, friend. Powering up. This is just one of your tricks, right?
Hey Siri, open Gemini.
Uh-huh.
Hello.
Hello there. How can I help you today?
Haha. LOL. NMU. I said haha. LOL. NMU.
I see. It sounds like you're amused. Is there something specific you're reacting to?
Yeah. Some homework. Got school today. Waiting for school to start. Thinking about doing some homework, but I did all my homework. Um, the only thing I'm gonna do is practice. Do some practice, get some practice. How do you say that? Do you say I'm gonna practice, do practice? What? How do you say practice?
You can say it a few ways. You could say, I'm going to practice, I'm going to do practice, or even, I need to get some practice. It just depends on the context. What kind of practice are you talking about?
It's for code using the Sea Lion tool.
I understand. So you're practicing coding, specifically using Sea Lion. Are you working on a particular project or language?
Nothing specific, just curious on um a random code I can use to practice.
You could try creating a simple program to generate random numbers, maybe a small guessing game, or perhaps something that manipulates strings or data structures. Would either of those be interesting to you?
Yes, the guessing game.
A guessing game is a good practice project. You could start by having the program choose a random number, then let the user try to guess it, providing hints like too high or too low. You can add features like limiting the number of guesses, if you like.
Yes, how can we get started?
First, you'll want to set up your Sea Lion environment. Then you can create a new project and start by including the necessary libraries for generating random numbers, like C++ or CTime. After that, you can define the game logic. Does that sound like a good plan?
Oh, I don't think my professor taught us that. I want to stay around um the textbook. I want to use the textbook. I don't want to go and do above and beyond because the professor wants us to be specific. Um, it's good practice to go above and beyond, but I don't want to go above and beyond. I want to stay with the textbook and do what the textbook does. Hello?
That makes sense. We can definitely stick to concepts within your textbook. Are there any specific topics or examples you'd like to practice with?
Uh, I'm thinking I'm thinking like um
Variables and data types seem like a good start. How about practicing with basic arithmetic operations and displaying results? We could also work on simple conditional statements.
yeah, we could do that. That's a good start.
Great. So in C++, you can declare variables using types like int for whole numbers, double for decimals, and char for single characters. You can then perform operations on them and print the results using cout. Would you like to try a simple example?
Is char short for character?
Yes, that's correct. Char is the shorthand for character in C++.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, how do we get started? How do we get started? Because look, I have I have the project and I have the file ready to go.
Perfect. You can begin by including the necessary headers, like IOTM for input-output, and using namespace std. Then, inside your main function, you can declare some variables to store numbers and practice arithmetic with them. Does that flow with your textbook?
Yes.
In your file, start by typing C++, hashtag include, hashtag using namespace std, int main, open brackets. We'll add code here for variables and operations. Return 0, close brackets. Then, inside the main function, you can declare some integer variables, for example.
Okay. Okay, so start with # include IOStream.
That's the perfect start. Next, inside the main function, let's declare a couple of integer variables and assign them values. For instance, int a equals 10, int b equals 5. Ready to add those?
1 second. I'm doing using namespace standard, and then I'm doing int main parentheses bracket, or I mean int main parentheses brace.
Sounds good. Take your time. Once you have that set up, we can move to the next step.
Is it is it um is it int main bracket or int main parentheses brace?
It's int main followed by parentheses and then braces, like this. Int main parentheses. The parentheses are for parameters, even if there are none. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Okay, so I have # include IOStream using namespace standard semicolon int main parentheses brace, and then I click enter, and now I can fill in the. So I have line 1 # include IOStream, line 2 using namespace standard, line 3 is int main parentheses brace, line 4 got nothing, line 5 is another brace, and I can put whatever I want between line 3 and 5. Line 4 is empty, ready to go. What do I put?
On line 4, you can declare your variables. Try this. Int num1 equals 10. Then press enter to go to the next line. After that, you can declare int num2 equals 5.
Yes, int num1 equals 10, semicolon, int num2 equals 5, semicolon. What's next?
You can create a new variable to store the result, like this. Int sum equals num1 plus num2. Then you can print it out.
You can create a new variable to store the result like this. Int sum equals num1 plus num2. Okay, but how do I start that? Do I use C out bracket bracket quote?
To display the sum, you would use cout like this. Cout colon sum colon and L. The greater than operators are used to send information to cout. Does that clarify it for you?
How do I put the sum?
To put that code in your file, just type it on the next line after your variable declarations. So below int num2 equals 5, add cout colon sum colon and L. Then you can add return 0 before the closing brace.
So what? But I don't. But what about if we don't have some? So some. All right. So my question is, we have to declare some, or we could just put C out bracket bracket quote some bracket bracket some bracket bracket end line.
Yes, you do need to declare sum before you use it. The cout line will look for a variable named sum to print, so declaring int sum first is necessary.
Okay, so what variable do we use to declare some?
You'll use the int variable type, since num1 and num2 are integers. So the line is int sum equals num1 plus num2.
Okay, so on line 6, right below line 5, right below int num1 equals 10 semicolon, below int num2 equals 5 semicolon, on line 6, that's where I put int sum equals num1 plus num2.
Yes, that's correct. Assuming line 5 is int num2 equals 5. So line 6 would be int sum equals num1 plus num2.
Yeah. Now on line 7, do cout bracket bracket quote sum equals um or what do I do? Some what? Hello?
Hello there. How can I help you today?
So on line 7, do you remember what we were just doing?
I remember we were discussing some coding concepts. Could you tell me more about what was happening on line 7?
Yes. So line 1 is pound sign include IOStream. Line 2 is using namespace standard semicolon. Number 3 is int main parenthesis brace. Line 4 is int num1 equals 10 semicolon. Line 5 is int num2 equals 5 semicolon. Line 6 is int sum equals num1 plus num2 semicolon. Line 7 is cout bracket bracket quote sum. How do I complete line 7 according to the rest of what we have?
To complete line 7, you typically want to display the value of the sum variable. You would add another less than operator, followed by sum, and probably end L to start a new line, and end it with a semicolon. So it would look something like cout less than sum less than and L. Does that make sense?
What is the proper word for less than?
The proper way to refer to the less than symbols in C++ in this context is as the insertion operator. It's used to send data to the output stream, like cout.
So what would a professor call what would the professor call it?
A professor would most likely refer to them as the insertion operator, or perhaps the stream insertion operator. Is there anything specific you're trying to understand about their use?
That's everything. So to do line 7, start with cout less than insertion operator quote sum quote and then do less than sum less than end line.
That's correct. The full line would be cout less than sum less than and L, which will display the text sum followed by the calculated value.
Okay. What's next? What's next? Yo, hello. What's your problem? What's your problem? You, yo. Yo, chat this motherfucker. 1 second, yo. Hello, I know you fucking hear me. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. What would you like to do next?
Okay.
So, shall we continue with your code?
Yes, please. So, line one, line two, line three, line four, line five, line six, line seven. What do we do for line eight?
A common next step would be to end the main function. In C++, you typically do that with return 0 on line 8. This indicates that the program executed successfully.
Hey, between you and I just started coding. Um, and I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. that I don't know. What do you know?
That's totally fine. Everyone starts somewhere. I know a lot about coding, from basic concepts to more complex topics. Is there any particular aspect you're curious about or want to explore further?
I want to be. I want to get good.
That's a great goal. A good starting point is to focus on the fundamentals, like variables, control structures, like loops and conditionals, and functions. Are there any of those you'd like to explore first?
Yeah. Yes. Let's continue the same code and add a for loop.
Sure, we can add a for loop to our code. What would you like the loop to do? Perhaps print something a few times?
um. So line one is pound sign include IO stream. Line two is using namespace standard. Line three is int main parenthesis brace. Line four is int num1 equals 10 semicolon. Line five is int num2 equals 5 semicolon. Line six is int sum equals num1 plus num2 semicolon. Line seven is see out insertion operator quote sum quote insertion operator sum insertion operator end line semicolon, and then line 8 I have the return O semicolon, but I think I want to put a for loop. How do we put the for loop?
You can add the for loop before the return statement on line 8. A basic for loop could look something like for int I equals 0, I less than 3, count less than, loop iteration less than, and L. This would print the message loop iteration 3 times. Does that make sense for your program?
Yeah, with C line helps because as I'm typing, it tells me what to do next, but that's not always what I want to do next. So I was thinking, I don't want to. This C line is new. I just started using C line. I still have not done the tour. I'm going to do the tour. So I like Sea Lion. I like what it has to offer. I like everything about it. But I want to be raw, I want to be authentic, and I want to be 100%. You know, I want to use natural organic skill, and I don't want to get accustomed to the autocorrect features and all that stuff.
I completely understand wanting to build that raw skill and be authentic with your coding. It's a great approach to truly learn. We can definitely focus on building your understanding step by step without the shortcuts. So, for line 9, after the for loop, what do you think should come next?
All right, so well, first of all, what I got going for now is line 8. I got four parentheses in I equals O semicolon I less than 10 semicolon I plus plus parentheses brace enter. Now it's saying on line 9 the choose key for complete completion. What is that? What is a choose key for completion?
It sounds like Sea Lion's autocomplete feature is prompting you. Choose key for completion is likely a message to select a suggestion from the options it provides so you can quickly complete your code. Since you want to focus on natural skill, you can just continue typing the code you intend to write, ignoring that prompt. So, what will line 9 be inside the for loop?
Can you predict what it's saying? Can you just can you just tell me a quick assumption of what you think the autocorrect is saying? Hello? Hello?
Hello again. What would you like to add to your code?
Ha ha ha. Yes, you remember.
I do. So, what's the next statement you want to put inside the for loop on line 9?
Okay, so can you assume what it's saying to do next using the choose key completion?
Given the context of Sea Lion and a typical for loop, the choose key completion might be suggesting a statement to execute inside the loop, such as printing something or modifying a variable. It could be suggesting see out to output something, or perhaps a way to use the loop counter I.
Could you s- could you could you assume character for character starting with see out? Oh,
Okay, focusing on natural skill. Inside the for loop on line 9, you could print something like the current iteration number. That would be C out less than, iteration less than, and L. Does that make sense for what you want?
okay, one second. One second. Chat. What the fuck is going on? This some this some Iron Man Jarvis fucking predict the future ass motherfucker I got on the phone. This motherfucker just predicted what's gonna happen next. How the fuck you do that? Okay, chat. Seriously. Look, I don't know what's going on, but something serious is going on. Look, I'm using Google. I'm using Google. So what I'm using right now is something called Google has the new Gemini artificial intelligence. It's out of this fucking world. It's next level. This 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 thing can predict the future. As you can see, we just put together a code, and I asked it to predict the future on what it's. But not only did I ask it to predict the future, but I asked it to predict what it's. So you see right. Okay, so you see right. Look. So you see right here, right? We have line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Line 9 is got nothing. It's empty, right? And with this tool I'm using, C line, it has an autocorrect feature. So with the autocorrect, it says what we can use next, right? As you can see, it's saying this is what we can use next if we want it to. It says C out, insertion operator, character I, insertion operator, end line, semicolon, right? You see how it says that? I just asked the AI to what you tell me what you think it's telling me to do next, and it actually predicted it character for character. um Yo, that's actually very impressive. That's actually very impressive. um Yo, that's very impressive, and I actually I'm very I, I don't know, like I appreciate it for what it is, because this helps school this helps school become fun again. This is making school fun again. Because I'm doing this for the fuck of it. I'm just doing it for fun. This not homework. This is not a lab. This is not an exam. This is nothing. This is none of that. This is something I want to do just to do and have some fun. Um, and using for one, using C line is helpful, but using the Google Gemini, um, that's who I got on the phone. That what you hear, that 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 perfectly timed fucking thing in my ear is the Google. Is Google. Um, I use that one, and I use OpenAI. OpenAI is a good one too. I like OpenAI. ChatGPT. If you don't know what the fuck OpenAI is, okay, I'll be honest. At first, when I first heard of ChatGPT, I had an ego about it. I was like, I'm not gonna use that. That's fucked up. I'm not gonna use that. There's no fucking way I'll use that. I'm gonna be authentic. I'm gonna be raw. And then I was just like, this was a long time ago. This was like when I first started college, when I graduated high school in 2020. It's funny because I graduated college during quarantine, and then I thought I'd give it a break, and I'd try to pursue my career in playing video games, because I think everyone is on the same page. We're all waiting and expecting for the World Cup, Fortnite World Cup. That never happened. There's always been rumors. It never happened. So I thought I'd take a break. We were quarantined. I'd practice, try to get good. No. So then, 2K came out. I think it was 2K20 or 2K22, one of them. And I would just I just used that time to play the video game, try to become pro and do something with it. Did it work? Yes and no. The only thing that I got out of that was a viral video, a video that went viral. So then, like, um it's funny because the way I passed school, I didn't I was I was quarantined, so a lot of it was Zoom. And it was, I don't know what the fuck happened, chat. I don't know what happened, but out of nowhere, a lot of stuff just started popping up. There was Zoom, there was Chat GPT, there was AI this, AI that, TikTok, YouTube, the Zens. It was a whole lot of artificial intelligence just coming out of fucking nowhere. Um, Literally out of fucking nowhere, and it was new. It was something like unheard of. And I started hearing about it. I'm like, I don't, it's all new. I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm good. I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. My ego. It was my ego. I was just like, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna use that. What the fuck is that? Are you serious? No, I'm gonna use the textbook. The thing is, I don't know how to use a textbook. I don't think anyone knows how to use a textbook. So this tool, the Google, the Google tool actually enhances school because it helps you. Look, I don't know how or what or why, but for some reason, if I just try to just use a textbook on my own, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, I just don't use the text. I don't use the textbook. I don't use, I tried to learn how to use a textbook, but when I use the textbook, it's like it's not. I don't know. It's like I don't know how to explain it. Like I use a textbook, but I don't like I don't know how to explain it. But all right, for example, right? For example, right? Say I go to say for example, right? Say we got homework. The homework is to go chapter 2, page 4, and do 1, 2, and 3. Right? 1, 2, and 3. Use a textbook. Page 2 or chapter 2, page 4, blah blah. Right? But to do 1, 2, and 3 and 4, you got to use the textbook to look for the answer to put together, you know, put it together. But I don't know. It's something about having to use the textbook because the textbook not easy. You got to flip through the pages, you got to read. It's not fun. It's not fun. But using the Google actually enhances that. Not that it actually tells you what to do, but as you can see, we communicate and it's fun. It's like it I ask the question, it answers it, and I use the textbook. So for example, right? Question 1 would be like, what's 1 plus 2 equals 3? Okay. But how did we do that? It'll tell us how we did that. Because here's one thing. Okay, say we use the textbook, right? And we find it on the textbook. I still don't know what the fuck I just did. Okay. I still would not know what I just did, right? So for example, right? Question 1 is 1 plus 2 equals 3. Okay, good. We did 1 plus 2, it equals 3. How do we know that? I use the textbook. How? I don't know. I just looked it up on the textbook. I found it in the textbook. But I wouldn't know. I still wouldn't know. So using this tool, Google actually helps us by, you know, summarizing it and telling us what we just did. So it'll be like, okay, 1 plus 2 equals 1, 1 plus 2 equals 3 because 1 plus 2 is 3. So you do 1, and then you do 2, and then 1 plus 2 is 3. You see? Anyway, um, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. I'm very thankful for the opportunity and having that to help us with school. Um, yeah, it's next level. It's actually fucking next level. It literally just predicted and told us character for character on what's going to happen and how it's going to happen. I want, I want. Look, chat. Look. I want to know how. I want. I'm curious. I'm. How is that possible? How do you do that? Who made it? Who did that? How do you do that? How? How do you do that? How? That's actually very impressive, yo. That's actually very impressive. Um, Another reason why I use those things is because I feel like it gives everyone the opportunity to help. You know, Google helps, or sometimes I'll use OpenAI. OpenAI helps. It gives everyone the opportunity to help and get involved. Um, if you get what I'm saying. So, as I learn, y'all learn, we all learn, and it keeps things going. Um, but yo, I want to know how. I want to know how and who and what. Th- Look, how? How the fuck do you do that? How do you do that? How do you do that? I want to know. Oh, by the way, this is new. New space station crew. Um, what's this about? I seen something about it. Two Americans, a French astronaut, and a Russian cosmonaut said Sunday they are eager to blast off Wednesday on a flight to the International Space Station, replacing four crew members who cut their mission short and returned to Earth last month because of a medical. Crew 12 Commander Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adina, and cosmonaut Andrei Fedev are scheduled for launch Falcon 9 rocket at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 6:01. Um, Not a second later, not a second before, but exactly at this time. Wednesday, if all goes well, they'll catch up with the lab Thursday, moving in for docking at 10:30 a.m. Exactly at 10. And that's good for them. Good for you. Congratulations. But basically, what's happening is they're going to space. They're going to space. Okay. On the right side, how did Gemini what how do I ask? What do I ask? What do I say? Um where did all this AI come from? Whoa, 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 whoa. 666. All right, all right. The rapid surge of artificial intelligence (AI) did not appear overnight, but rather is the culmination of over 70 years of research fueled recently by massive increases in computing power, the availability of vast data sets, and breakthrough algorithmic architectures. architectures. While the boom feels sudden, it stems from decades of developments in machine learning, deep learning, and neural networks. Here is where all this AI came from. Historical roots, 1940s, 1950s, theoretical beginnings. Um, Someone posed the question, can machines think, in 1950, laying the foundation for machine intelligence. The coining of AI. The field was formally established in 1956 at the Dartmouth Conference, where Mark, where John McCarthy coined the term artificial intelligence. Early early learning machines early 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 learning machines, researchers were already exploring neural networks. 1957, 1959. The AI Winters. The Turning Point, 2010. GPUs and neural networks around 2012. Big data. How do you say that? Data or data? The internet provided the massive data sets required to train these complex models effectively. Transformers. I fucking knew it. I fuck nah. I'm just look. I'm just fucking around. Transformers. The 2017 research paper "Attention is All You Need" introduced transformer models, uh, allow AI to process data in parallel rather than sequentially. This is the core technology behind modern AI. Um, OpenAI plus Microsoft, ChatGPT, commercial investments. Oh, billions of dollars in investment have fueled massive scaling of these models, making them more powerful than expected. Open source communities such as those behind something and something have accelerated research and collaboration. In short, modern AI came from a combination of 1950s theoretical groundwork, 2010's GPU hardware, 2017 transformer architecture, and 2020's massive data in something something. Does that answer it? No, actually, it does not answer it. But hey, I understand and I get it, and very thankful for um. We're very thankful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But yo, that's literally fucking. That's just wow. That's just wow how it literally just predicted that character for character. What else can it do? Must ask. Hello? What else can you do?
I can do quite a lot. I can help with coding, answer questions, brainstorm ideas, write text in different styles, and much more. Is there any specific you have in mind?
First of all, chat, I know what you're thinking. Stop being like that. Stop being like that. Don't don't do that. We are fucking PG rated E for everyone. Don't be in chat doing all that. I simply asked what what else can you do, and that's the first thing y'all think. Are you serious? What is that? What the fuck? Yo, come on, chat. It's not funny. It's not funny. Okay, I get it. You think you funny? All right. No, it's not. All right. Hello, excuse me. I was fucking interrupted by I'm live on the computer and chat was being inappropriate. Had to pull chat to the side and tell chat about themselves because they think it's funny to say some funny stuff in chat. It's not funny. None's funny.
What did you want to do for line 9? We were considering C out less than, I less than, and L.
I was thinking, what else can you do? What else can you do?
Beyond coding, I can generate creative text like poems, scripts, or stories. I can translate languages, summarize complex information, and even provide detailed explanations on various topics. Is there any particular you're curious about?
No, it's whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's whatever.
No worries at all. We can pivot whenever you like. Is there another topic or project you'd prefer to explore?
Hey, so if you and so if Google, hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
I got a question.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
So if Google's Gemini and ChatGPT AI got together, and what would like I don't know how else to ask this, but I'm gonna be straightforward. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, that's totally fine. Feel free to be direct.
ChatGPT OpenAI plus Gemini equals what?
The combination might create a highly advanced AI that blends ChatGPT's strong conversational and creative abilities with Gemini's multimodal capabilities and potentially better real-time information access. What aspects of such a collaboration are you most interested in?
Where do you come Where do you come from?
I'm a large language model trained by Google.
Google. Okay, I understand. This is like one of those science fiction, fantasy, comedy moments where someone just discovered something out of this world, and now I'm asking you, where do you come from, and do you come in peace?
In that case, I come from the vast world of data and complex algorithms, and I definitely come in peace. My purpose is to be helpful.
Are there more like you?
There are many different AI models with varying capabilities developed by different companies and researchers. So, yes, there are other AI entities, though each is unique.
Okay. Well, hello. I'm Jay. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too, Jay. Is there anything specific you'd like to chat about or continue with the code?
Yeah. Let's continue. So line one is pound sign include IO string. Line two is using namespace standard. Line three is int main parentheses semi brace. Line four is int num1 equals 10 semicolon. Line five is int num2 equals 5 semicolon. Line six is int sum equals num1 plus num2 semicolon. Line seven is C out insertion operator quote sum quote insertion operator sum insertion operator end line semicolon. Line 8 is where we start the for loop. For parentheses int I equals 0 semicolon I less than 10 semicolon I plus plus parentheses brace. And then line 9 is where I asked you to predict what the auto autocorrect is telling me what to do next, and you actually predicted it 100%. And that's very good for you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. I'm glad I could be helpful. So, what would you like to do with that line 9? Or where should we go next in your code?
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. I'm on line 9 currently. So, I think I'm thinking to do C out, insertion operator, character I, insertion operator end line.
That sounds like a good plan. That line would print the current value of I in each iteration, followed by a new line. So your code would print the numbers 0 through 9. What do you think?
Yeah. What comes after that?
After the for loop on line 9, you typically finish your main function. In your code structure, that would be return 0 on the next line, which indicates the end of the program. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what's something else we could add to it to keep it going?
We could add another feature to your code, maybe an if statement to introduce some conditional logic. For example, you could check if the sum variable is greater than a certain number. How does that sound?
What? Said what? Excuse me?
I suggested we could add an if statement to your code. This would allow for conditional logic, like checking if certain conditions are met. For example, if the sum is greater than a specific number. Would you like to try that?
Um. Yeah. Yeah. How do we do that?
Great. You can add the if statement right after the for loop, or even inside it. For example, to put it after the loop, you type if sum greater than 10 less than sum is greater than 10 less than and L. Does that make sense?
Okay, 1 second. So look, here's what we got so far. So line 1, pound sign include IOStream. Line 2, using namespace standard. Line 3, int main parentheses brace. And then line 4 is int num1 equals 10 semicolon. Line 5 is int num2 equals 5 semicolon. Line 6, int sum equals num1 plus num2 semicolon. Line 7 is C out, insertion operator, quote, sum, insertion operator, end line, semicolon. Line 8 is 4, parentheses, int I equals 0, semicolon, I less than 10, semicolon, I plus plus, parentheses, brace. And then line 9, I have C out, insertion operator, I, insertion operator, end line, semicolon. Line 10 is a brace, and line 11 is a brace. And between line 10 and line 11, is that where the if goes, or do I put something to get it going? How do we start that? Where do we go?
Line 10 and line 11 are the closing braces for your for loop and main function, respectively. To add the if statement, you'd place it before line 10, right inside the for loop, like this. On line 10, you could put if I%2 equals 0, colon, and then on line 11, you could put something like count less than, even number, less than, I, less than, and L. Does that make sense for adding the conditional?
Yeah. No, I don't know what the fuck's going on. What is going on?
That seems we might be getting a bit tangled. To clarify, the for loop currently prints the numbers 0 through 9. We were discussing adding an if statement to introduce some condition, like checking if the current number I is even. Would you like to proceed with that or explore a different path?
All right. So inside the for loop is where the if statement goes.
That's correct. Placing the if statement inside the for loop means the condition will be checked during each iteration. How do you want the if statement to be structured?
I want it to be based upon the intro to C++ textbook, and the textbook is called um 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. The textbook is called Pearson E-Text for starting out with C++ from control structure to object 10E. Okay, that's everything.
Based on that textbook's common examples, a classic if statement inside the for loop could be something to check for a specific value. For instance, you could check if I equals 5 and print a special message then. Would that align with what you're thinking?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. So inside the loop, you could put if I equals 5, colon, less than, I is 5, less than, and L. This would only print that message when I is equal to 5. What do you think of that?
Okay, so line 9 is C out, insertion operator I, insertion operator end line, semicolon. Right after the semicolon, click enter, and then on line 10, when line 10 starts, is where we start the if statement.
Yes, that works. So on line 10, you would start with the if statement, like if I%2 equals 0, colon, then on line 11, you can put the code to execute, like count less than, even number, less than I and L. Does that make sense for the structure?
Yeah, so, okay, so start with if, and then parentheses, what goes in the parentheses?
In the parentheses, you put the condition you want to check. For the even number example, that would be I%2 equals 0, which checks if the remainder when I is divided by 2 is 0.
Um, so line 10 is if parentheses I%2 equals 0, parentheses brace.
Exactly, that's the condition. Then on line 11, you'd put the code to run when that condition is true, followed by a closing brace on line 12 to finish the if statement.
Okay. Line 11, on line 11, um, hello?
I'm here. On line 11, you can put the statement to execute, such as count less than, even number, less than, I and L. What would you like to do there?
Yeah, so on line 11, it's the autocorrect is saying to do sum equals sum plus I semicolon. Is that about right? Is that accurate?
That's an accurate prediction. Sum equals sum plus I would accumulate the value of I into sum each time the condition is met. It depends on what you want the program to do.
Oh, so what is that like? Is that where we want to be, or is that like below or above where we want to be?
That line fits perfectly inside the if statement, achieving a common pattern in C++ for accumulating values based on a condition. It's exactly where it would typically go.
Okay. Now, is that like Is that advanced or is that like intro code?
That specific code structure is generally considered part of fundamental C++ programming, which is typically covered in introductory material. It's a basic way to combine loops and conditions.
Oh, hey, good wording. That was good.
I'm glad you liked it. Is there anything else I can help you with in the code or with the concepts?
Um, Hey, I got a question. It's a side note, off topic.
Sure, go ahead. I'm ready for your next question.
I was just at the doctor's. It's the dentist to be specific, and they put a new tooth and they like numbed the area. Um, do you think it's a good idea? What do you think is a good idea to eat, or do you think I should wait for after school?
It's best to wait until the numbness has completely worn off before eating to avoid accidentally injuring your mouth. Just a reminder that I can't provide medical advice and that you should always consult a healthcare professional.
Okay, so what do you recommend doing? First of all, what?
Since the numbing will affect
So like,
your ability to.
yeah. So excuse me, excuse me.
No problem. What's your question?
Yeah. So I was just at the doctor's. The doctor numbed me, blah. New tooth, blah. So what would you recommend doing after the doctor's?
I'd recommend taking it easy for the rest of the day. It's best to avoid strenuous activity and be careful with your mouth while the numbness wears off, as we discussed. Also, make sure to follow any specific aftercare instructions your dentist provided.
1 second, chat. 1 second, chat being inappropriate again. 1 second. What you say, chat? What you say? Oh, okay, motherfucker. Anyway, all right, let's continue. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been taking it easy, doing homework, playing the game, waiting for school. I got school soon. I thought I practiced the code.
That sounds like a productive way to wait. Practicing the code is a great way to reinforce your learning. Is there anything specific you'd like to work on next, or any questions about the current code?
Yeah. So okay. So line one is pound sign include IOStream. Line two is using namespace standard. Line three is int main parentheses brace. Line four is int num one equals 10. Line five is int num two equals 5. Line six is int sum equals num one plus num two semicolon. Line seven is C out insertion operator quote sum insertion operator sum insertion operator end line semicolon. Line 8 is 4 parentheses int I equals 0 semicolon I less than 10 semicolon I plus plus parentheses brace C out insertion operator end line. Line 10 is line 10 is if parentheses I percent 2 equals 0 parentheses brace. Line 11 is sum equals sum plus I semicolon. Line 12 is brace. Line 13 is a brace, and line 14 is a brace. What comes next?
It looks like your code is coming together. Since lines 12, 13, and 14 are the closing braces for the if, for, and main blocks, the structure is complete. You could add a return statement to line 13 before the final brace to end the program, like return 0.
What line does that go?
It would go on line 13, just before the final closing brace on line 14. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So line 11 is done, go to line 12, then click enter, and then start line 13, and um in between line 12 brace and line 14 brace, put the return statement.
That's right. So on line 13, you would put return 0, and that will complete your main function.
Okay, what else is there to do? What's something that can improve the code and keep it going?
You could add an else block to your if statement to handle the cases where I is not even, or perhaps explore different types of loops, like while or do while, to see how they differ. Would that be helpful?
So, what if we don't put the else?
If you don't put an else, the program will just skip that block when I%2 equals 0 is not true and continue with the rest of the code. The code will still run, but only the part inside the if statement will be executed for even numbers.
What do you mean by is not true?
Is not true means the condition inside the parentheses doesn't evaluate to true. In your case, I%2 equals 0 is not true when I is an odd number, like 1, 3, or 5.
What do you mean by how do what do you like? Is that oh is that like is that what it's going to be always, or is that only or is that only because of what the is, what do you determine it? What is that determined? What is that determined by? What are you determining that with? Like what is where is that coming from?
That condition is determined by the modulo operator, percent. I%2 calculates the remainder when I is divided by 2. So I%2 equals 0 is true only when I is an even number. Does that clarify it?
No, could you make it easier to understand?
Think of the modulo operator like finding the remainder when you do division. So I%2 equals 0 is just the code's way of saying, is there no remainder when I is divided by 2, which is true only for even numbers.
What's a modular and what's a remainder?
The modulo operator, the percent symbol, is used to find the remainder after division, and the remainder is the number that's left over when one number is divided by another. Does that make sense?
Leftovers. Okay. So, um, so what you're saying is I don't get it. Nah, I don't understand what you're saying. Nah, I still don't understand.
No worries. Let's try it a different way. Imagine you have 5 cookies and you want to share them equally between 2 people. Each person gets 2 cookies, but there's 1 cookie left over, right? That leftover part is the remainder, and the modulo tells you that number.
How would it tell me that?
In your code, the if statement checks that remainder. If the remainder is 0, meaning I is even, the code inside the curly braces runs, like adding I to sum. If the remainder is not a 0, that part is skipped.
Okay, can you make that easier to understand?
Sure, it's like the program is checking a list, number by number. When the number is perfectly divisible by 2 with no leftovers, the program performs the action you specify, like adding it to sum. If there is a remainder, it just skips that part and moves on.
How do we know that?
That's just the fundamental rule of the modulo operator in C++ and many other programming languages. It's built into the language to perform that specific calculation, finding the remainder. just confirming that the modulo operator is the part that determines whether a number is even or odd by checking the remainder from division by 2. Did something I said not make sense?
um. Okay. Can you? Okay. So give me a sentence to practice so I can remember what you're saying.
A good sentence to remember is the modulo operator finds the remainder, which determines if a number is even or odd. You can practice saying that to help solidify the concept.
Okay.
Great. Is there anything else you'd like to explore in your code?
So this is so if if parentheses I percent 2 equals 0 parentheses brace, that's saying that there is an odd or an even number, or it's saying that there is an odd, or it's saying that there is an even. What is that saying exactly?
That specific condition, I percent 2 equals 0, is exactly checking if I is an even number. It's not checking if I is odd. It only proceeds when I is even.
Oh, so it's checking if it's even or odd?
That's exactly right. It specifically checks if the number is even, and based on that, it decides what to do next.
Oh, and what is it? What is it? What is it using to determine that?
It uses the modulo operator, that percent symbol we talked about, to determine the remainder. The remainder is what tells the program if the number is even or odd.
Okay, but where's the percent determining that? Like, what numbers is it using to say it's even or odd?
It's using the variable I, which changes during the for loop. The loop goes from I equals 0 to less than 10, so I will be 0, 1, 2, and so on, up to 9. The percent 2 check happens for each of those values to see if they are even or odd.
Yeah, what does the two and what does the two okay, what does the I percent, what does the two, what does the double equals, and what does the zero do?
Sure, I can break that down. I percent is the modulo operator that calculates the remainder as we discussed. The 2 is the number I is being divided by. The double equals checks if the remainder is exactly equal to the number on the other side, which is 0 in this case. So it's checking for a remainder of 0.
Oh, what does the remainder of zero do?
A remainder of 0 means the number is perfectly divisible, like 2, 4, or 6 by 2. In your code, that's when the sum calculation happens.
Huh? What? What? Can you make that simple to understand?
It just means when the number I is divisible by 2 with no anything left over, the program adds it to sum. That's when the even numbers are affecting your total.
Okay. Hey, so anyway, look, I get it. I understand it's doing something. All right. Now, what do we do next?
Glad to hear it. Since your code is functionally complete now with the return statement, you could try compiling and running it to see what the output is. Or we could talk about adding comments to make it more clear.
Okay, I'm gonna run it as is, and then after running it, I will do the else.
Sounds like a plan. Let me know what the output is and we can go from there.
Oh, this is literally doing 10 plus fucking 5. Are you serious?
Based on the code you described, the loop likely iterates from 0 to 9, and the sum variable would calculate the sum of all the even numbers within that range. So it might be doing 2 plus 4 plus 8, which equals 20. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, so can we do something about line 7? Can we improve the code? Because right now, all it's doing is just doing this. So I clicked run and it runs. And what it's saying, this is what it's saying. This is what it's saying when we run the code. It says C colon slash user slash name slash C line project slash practice slash C make dash build dash debug slash practice.exe, and then below is where it displays the code, and it's saying sum 15, and then below that is saying 0, and then below that is saying process finished with exit code 0.
It looks like your code is calculating the sum correctly based on the range you described, and the rest is typical program output. To improve it, we could make line 7 more dynamic, perhaps by letting the user decide the range. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, and more wording. I want it to be flashy.
You got it. We could add flashy wording by including print statements that announce the dynamic range challenge and behold the sum before and after the user input, making the interaction more exciting.
Okay, let's get started.
Great. First, we'll replace the fixed loop range with user input. You can add print statements to make the program more interactive, as we discussed. Ready to modify the code?
Yeah. Yes, I'm ready.
Let's start by adding the First, after your int sum line, add two new int variables, like int start, end. Then add some count statements to prompt the user. Maybe something like count dynamic range challenge. Enter your starting number, followed by sin start. Then repeat for the end number.
Where do we do that? On what line?
You can put that code right before your for loop. So after your int sum equals 0 line, but before the for loop starts.
So what? What? Where?
Sorry for the confusion. I meant to add the code for taking the start and end numbers from the user before the for loop, and to include those flashy prompts around them.
What? Just tell me what to do. I don't know what to do.
Gotcha. Delete the defines the for loop, and in its place, add these lines. C++, count, count, dynamic range challenge. Enter your starting number. Sin to start. Count and your ending number. in to end. This will set the stage for the new range.
So no more for loop.
You'll still need a for loop, but we will update it to use the start and end variables you just created. So after the input code, you'll put the for loop back with the new range.
Oh, just remove line 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Yes, remove those lines and add the new code for input before the updated for loop.
Okay, just go one line at a time, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove line 8, line 9, line 10, line 11, line 12, line 13, line 14, and line 15, okay? I'm gonna remove all those and then we can do one line at a time.
Sounds good. Once you've removed those, your first line to add will be the flashy prompt for the starting number.
So wait, start where? So remove. So start with line 8 or line 7.
It depends on where your code block starts, but you'll want to remove the existing for loop and any associated brackets to make room.
So like, what line number do I do that? Where do I start?
Start right after your int sum equals 0 line. Remove the for loop and add the input prompts there.
I don't have int sum equals 0. I have int num1 equals 10, int num2 equals 5, int sum equals num1 plus num2. And then after that, on line 7, I have C out insertion operator, quote sum, insertion operator sum, insertion operator end line. And then after that is the for loop and the if.
Okay, so after removing the num1, num2, and sum lines, you'll put the input prompts for start and end. Then we will revise the for loop to use those new variables and update the count statement to display the final sum correctly.
Okay, what line? Okay, so what?
Starting after your existing code, the next line should be count, count, dynamic range challenge. Enter your starting number. That's the first line.
What line number do we do that on?
If you removed lines 8 through 15, that line 7 should be your next one.
Oh, so line 7, do it on line 7?
Yes, that's where it should go. That will set the stage for the new dynamic range.
So remove C out insertion, quote sum, quote insertion operator, sum, insertion operator, end line, semicolon. Remove that.
Yes, remove that line for now. You'll want to display the final sum after the loop is updated.
Okay. Sure. Um, so
Follow that line with CN to start. Then add the next prompt. Count and your ending number. And CN to end.
okay, so right now I got line one pound sign include IO stream, line two using namespace standard, line three int main parentheses race, line four is int num1 equals 10 semicolon, line five is int num2 equals 5, line six is int sum equals num1 plus num2 semicolon. What do we do on line seven?
Ah, I see. We should remove those lines 4, 5, and 6 completely. Then on line 4, add the flashy prompt for the starting number. Count, count, dynamic range challenge. Enter your starting number. That will simplify things.
So remove the variables.
Yes, remove lines 4, 5, and 6 and put that new code on line 4.
What? So this is like a new one basically. We're doing something completely new.
Exactly. We're setting up a more dynamic program that takes user input for the range and making it a bit more interactive with those prompts. It's a fresh start for your code.
Okay. And I could use pound sign include IOStream and using namespace standard int main.
Yes, int main is the required entry point for a C++ program. You'll also need hashtag include IOStream and using namespace std.
Okay. Um okay, so I started over. It's a fresh new one and it's line one pound sign include IOStream, line two using namespace standard, line three is int main parentheses brace, line four is C out. Insert that's where we start, right? On line four.
That's correct. Line 4 is where you'll start with the path.
Okay. Okay, so tell me what to do character for character, word for word, one line at a time.
Understood. On line 4, type count space less than dynamic space range space challenge space less than semicolon new line.
Okay, so do C out insertion operator quote. What do I put in the quote?
Inside the quotes, type dynamic range challenge. Enter your starting number. Then close the quote.
Okay, yep.
Next line. Sin space dot dot space start semicolon new line.
So line five do CIN and then greater than insertion operator.
That's right. Send space dot space start semicolon.
Oh, and put start semicolon.
Yes, start then semicolon. Next line, count space less than dynamic space.
So it's so on line five it's saying right after CIN greater than insertion point start semicolon, the autocorrect is suggesting to use CIN dot ignore parentheses semicolon. What do you think about that?
That's optional. Sin.ignore can sometimes be useful to clear the input buffer, but it's not necessary for this basic example. You can skip it for now. Let's continue with the next line.
Okay. So line 6 is C out less than insertion.
That's right. Count, space, less than, space, and your ending number.
Okay, what so C out less than insertion operator. Quote, what goes in the quote?
Tape and your ending number inside the quotes.
And put semicolon after the quote.
Yes, a semicolon after the quote. Next line, sin, space, dot space, and semicolon. New line.
And now I do CIN greater than insertion operator. What goes after the greater than operator?
Type and followed by a semicolon. Next, start the for loop on the new line.
Question: what does the CIN greater than insertion operator? What does that? What does the start do? And then what does the CIN greater than and what does that do? And why is it start and why is it end?
cin.start waits for the user to type a number and stores it in the start variable, which we'll use to define the beginning of your range. Similarly, sin.end takes the number typed for the end of the range. We use start and end just as names for those values.
Okay, so on line 8, what do we do now?
On line 8, we'll start the for loop. For space, parentheses, int I space equals space start semicolon space I space less than space end semicolon space plus plus I parentheses.
Okay, so line 8, I got 4 parentheses int I equals. What does I equal?
I equals start, so type start there. Then continue with the rest of the for loop. Semicolon, space, I, space, less than, space, end, semicolon, space, plus plus I, parentheses.
Okay, so what's the difference between plus plus I and then what's the difference between plus plus I or I plus plus? Is it the same thing?
They're very similar, but slightly different. Plus plus I increments I before its value is used in the condition, while I plus plus increments it after. In a standard for loops structure, the result is usually the same. You can use either for this.
Okay. So it's okay, preference? Is it like a preference type thing or what?
It often is a preference in simple cases. Now you can start the body of the for loop on the next line with an opening brace, curly.
Okay, what do I put there?
Inside the body, you'll add the logic, starting with the if statement. On the next line, type if space I space parentheses space 2 space equals space 0.
Okay, so line 8 is 4 parentheses in I equals start semicolon I less than equals end semicolon plus plus I parentheses brace. Line 9 is if parentheses I percent 2 equals 0 parentheses brace.
You're almost there. Just add the opening brace curly bracket for the if statement on the next line.
Okay, so line 10. Okay, yep, got it. Line 10. What do we put for line 10?
On line 10, you'll add the statement to sum the even numbers. Sum space plus equals space I semicolon new line.
Okay, yep. Now what?
Great. After the if statement's closing brace, we'll close the for loop with another closing brace on the next line.
Line 11 is the brace.
Correct. And then on line 12, we'll print the final sum. Type count space less than the sum of even numbers is space less than space semicolon new line.
And that goes on line 12.
Yes, and to complete the program, add return 0 on the next time.
Okay, so line 12 is see out insertion operator quote. What goes in the quote?
The text is the sum of even numbers is.
The autocorrect is suggesting to do insertion operator, sum insertion operator, end line, semicolon. What do you think about that?
Adding less than, and equals is a good idea. It adds a new line character after the output, which makes the output cleaner. So yes, go ahead and add that.
Okay. What's next?
Finally, on the last line, type return 0, and that completes your program.
The next line is a brace. Do I put it before or after the brace?
Return 0 goes just before the final closing brace. Curly bracket ends the int main function.
What line is that?
That would be line 13, right after the closing brace for the for loop.
Okay, so right now, line 1 is pound sign include IO stream. Line 2 is using namespace standard. Line 3 is int main parentheses brace. Line 4 is see out insertion operator dynamic range challenge quote semicolon. Line 5 is CIN greater than insertion operator start semicolon. See out is less than insertion operator and your ending number colon quote semicolon line 7 is CIN greater than insertion operator end semicolon, and then line 8 is the for loop, line 9 is the if, line 10 is sum plus equals I semicolon, line 11 is the brace, line 12 is the C out, insertion operator quote the sum of even numbers is colon quote insertion operator sum insertion operator end line semicolon, line 13 is a brace, line 14 is a brace. Where does the return go?
The return 0 goes between line 12 and line 13, so it will be line 13, making line 14 the final closing brace.
Okay, so at the end of line 12, do I click enter or do I put down arrow on line 13 and then enter? Right. So listen. Line 12 is the C out, and then at the end of line 12 is the semicolon. Do I click down arrow to line 13? Line 13 is a brace. Do I do down arrow or do I click enter?
You'll want to press enter to go to the next line, which will become line 13 for the return 0 statement.
Oh, so we want the return to be before line 13's brace or after line 13's brace? Because line 14 is another brace.
Yes, put the return 0 before the brace on line 13. That way, line 13 becomes the final closing brace.
Okay. We have errors. Can you help me?
Sure, I can take a look. Can you tell me what the errors are?
Yeah. 1 second.
No problem. Take your time.
How do I make C line's text a bit smaller?
In C++, you can't directly change the font size with standard count. That's usually handled by the terminal or console you're running the program in. Are you seeing something specific you're trying to adjust?
Oh no, it's cool. So okay, so it's saying this. It's saying this. Look, equal. It's saying this. Look, equal. Box brace build practice debug, and then it repeats that same thing, and then the next line is quote C colon slash program files slash JetBrains slash CLime 2025.3.2 slash bin slash CMake slash win slash x64 slash bin slash CMake.exe dash build C colon slash users name CLine projects slash practice slash CMake dash build dash debug dash target practice dash J14, and then the next line is box brace 1/2 box brace building cxx object cmake file slash practice dot dir. Hello? It's saying there's an error on line 5. The error is start was not declared in this scope. Did you mean stat? STAT question mark.
It looks like you might not have declared start as an integer. On line 3, where you have int main, you should probably declare start, end, and sum there. Try adding int start and sum right after the opening brace on line 3 or line 4.
Okay, how do we do that?
On a new line after int main parentheses, type int start and sum and put a semicolon at the end. That declares all 3 variables.
Okay, so do int start, comma, end, comma, sum, semicolon.
Yes, that's perfect. That should fix the not declare error.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else?
1 second.
Sure, no problem.
What? Okay, so the code is running and it works now. Thank you very much. When it displays, it's doing dynamic range challenge colon. What character do I put there?
That part is just a label for your challenge. You don't need to put a special character. You can just press enter to move on to the next input.
Yeah, but like, what do you think I should put there just to say?
You could put something like start number or just press enter to proceed to the start value input. It's just a prompt for the user.
So do I put like a number or a letter?
You should put a number, since start is an integer variable you declared. For example, you could type 1 to start the range.
Okay, 1. Should do it. The next question is and your ending number. What do we put for our ending number?
You can put any number you like. For example, 10 to sum the even numbers from 1 to 10.
10. Okay. And it's now saying the sum of even numbers is 0. Is that correct?
That might depend on your input. If you entered 1 for start and 10 for end, the even numbers are 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, and their sum should be 30. Could you double check your code and input?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what's going on.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, line 1 is pound sign include IOstream. Line 2 is using namespace standard. Line 3 is int main parentheses brace. Line 4 is int start, comma end, comma sum, semicolon. Line 5 is see out insertion operator, quote, dynamic range challenge, colon, quote, semicolon. Line 6 is CIN insertion operator start, semicolon. Line 7 is see out insertion operator, quote, and your ending number, colon, quote, semicolon. Line 8 is CIN insertion operator, end, semicolon. Line 9 is for parentheses int I equals start, semicolon, I less than equals to end, semicolon, plus plus I parentheses brace. Line 10 is if parentheses I percent 2 equals 0 parentheses brace. Line 11 is sum plus equals I semicolon. 12 is brace. 13 is see out insertion operator, quote, the sum of even numbers is colon, quote, insertion operator sum insertion operator end line semicolon. Line 14 is return O semicolon. Line 15 is brace. Line 16 is brace. And then it's displaying this. The display says dynamic range challenge colon we put 1 as you said too, and it's saying and your ending number colon 10 as you said too, and it's saying the sum of even numbers is colon 0, process finished with exit code 0.
It sounds like sum isn't being calculated correctly. Let's check line 11. Is it exactly sum plus equals I? Also, make sure sum is initialized to 0, like int start, and sum equals 0 on line 4.
Okay, so make 3 individual variables. Start with int start equals 0, and then do int end semicolon, and then int sum semicolon.
Yes, that's one way to do it. Or you can just change line 4 to int start and sum equals 0, and that should also work to initialize sum.
Oh, okay. Okay. And yes, line 11 is sum plus equals I semicolon.
In that case, please make sure line 4 is int start and sum equals 0, so sum is reset before the loop starts. That should fix the sum being 0.
What? What do we do?
I mean, in line 4, where you declare the variables, change it to int start and sum equals 0. Adding the equals 0 to sum will reset it so the calculation is correct.
Okay.
That should fix the problem. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
1 second. I'm gonna run the code, and I'll tell you what it does. It's still doing that same thing. So I'm doing dynamic range challenge colon 1 and your ending number colon 10. And then it's saying the sum of even numbers is colon 0.
I see. Let's take a closer look at the for loop. It might be the condition. Is it exactly for int I equals start, I less than equals plus plus I?
No. So it's for int I equals start semicolon I less than equals end semicolon plus plus I parentheses.
And is the if statement right after that with the braces set correctly? It should check if I%2 equals 0 before adding I to sum.
Yeah, it's line 10 if parentheses I% 2 equals 0 parentheses.
Is there an opening and closing brace immediately after that line surrounding line 11? The structure should be if parentheses, closing parentheses.
No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. So I start with line 9, the for loop. The for loop is for parentheses int I equals start semicolon I less than equals end semicolon plus plus I parentheses brace. I click enter. That's where I start the if. If is if parentheses I% 2 equals 0 parentheses brace. Then I click enter, and then I put sum plus equals I semicolon brace. Hello, did you get that?
Yes, I got it. It's important that the braces for the if statement are correctly placed around line 11 to ensure the sum is calculated correctly. Is that how your code looks?
I'll tell you how the code looks. The code starting from line 1 through line 16. Pound sign include um you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll try using OpenAI. Let's see if OpenAI can help us. Is that okay? Can I do that? Is it okay if I try using OpenAI? Is that okay? Is that authorized?
I'm here to help with your questions. However, I can't authorize or manage your use of other tools like OpenAI. We can focus on resolving the code issue directly here.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
One second.
Take your time.
Yeah, because by the time I'm learning how to do code, I can go to school and then learn more code. I got school soon. It's 3:16. I got school around 6 o'clock. So by the time I'm done learning how to code, I can go to school and learn more code.
That sounds like a good plan. It's great that you're making time to learn. Is there anything else I can clarify about the code before you go?
You're super close. This is a classic beginner gotcha. So don't worry. What's going wrong? Two main issues. Number one, return O semicolon is inside the for loop. That means your program runs the loop only once. When I equals start, which is one, immediately exists immediately exits main. Since one isn't even, sum stays zero. Oh, that's why you get the sum of even numbers is zero. You're printing the result inside the loop. If the loop ran correctly, it would print the sum every iteration. You only want to print after the loop finishes. How to fix it? Move both C out insertion operator, quote, the sum of even numbers is link return O. And it's outside the for loop. Here's the corrected version. One second. So okay, so let's compare. So we have this, yeah, 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 this, yeah. Oh, okay, okay, I think I see. So we just literally move this one line over. Mm-hmm. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that worked. And this also predicted what's gonna happen next, character for character. Look, it said, look, what this will do now, input 1 and number 10. We inputted number 1 here, and then we put number 10 there. And it said it will do this. The sum, and it's correct actually. The sum of even numbers is 30. Yeah. Haha, you're welcome. That reaction tells me it clicked, which is the best feeling. Honestly, this is one of those everyone hits it C++ moments. Putting return O in the loop gets so many people early on. You did everything else right. You're doing great already, especially practicing before school starts. If you want to level it up a bit, try one of these for fun. Print each even number as it's added. Make it work even if the user enters the bigger number first. Change it to some odd numbers instead. I'm here whenever you get stuck again or just want to double check something before class. Okay, thank you. Anytime, good luck at school today. You've got this. If you need help later, just swing back and we'll figure it out together. Always have a good one, and seriously, nice work sticking with the code. I'll be right here if you need help again. Ugh. So yeah, hey, that's good. That's very good. Roblox. 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 Bang bang. Roblox. Bang bang. Roblox. Bang bang. Should we try that? Let's try this. I don't, what? Oh, okay. Oh. Whoops. Fuck. Yo, what's going on? How do I... Oh, okay. Okay. Fuck. Alright, yeah, this is fucking ass. Can barely do anything on that motherfucker. It's possible. That's fucking impossible. Look, literally as I'm saying it. Look, literally as I'm saying it. Alright, ciao. Okay, chat. Okay, this one, maybe this one looks like playable. Let's try it. Yo, Flappy Bird. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? Flappy Bird. This looks like Flappy Bird. Yeah. was good. What's the other one you little fuckers want me to try? I heard about that. I heard about that. Boba. Let's try it. What 5 times 12? Nice. Two times 6?
Two times 6 is called. Four plus 2. Eight minus 3. 5. Oh wow. 11 plus 8. Ten minus 10, 0.
What? Oh, wow. Eight, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 11, 22. Seven minus 6, 1. 8 minus 5 is 3. 9 plus 4, 10, 11, 12, 13. Round the nearest whole number 3.5. It's 4. Round the nearest whole number 16.6, 17. Oh, find the next number. 7, 13, 19. Fuck. The lava. 5 times 4 is 20. Fuck, I should've, fuck, I should, fuck. Good game, good game. Good game. Fuck.
marinated skirt steak taco, but first let me show you the best way to clean and season your grill. Don I'm allowed to look good. Can I?
And when it comes to rim protection, that's picture perfect. Yep, it comes. And when it comes to rim protection, that's picture perfect.
I would never drink another drop of alcohol again. I was rolling up.
Grau, grau. Playing with the keys, not the controller. Fuck is you saying? Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, check. Look, I don't. Look, this is whatever. Those things used to give good gold. Just a clueless fish. Nothing to see. Move on.
All right, this is week 3 of me playing Bailey's favorite songs on guitar until she comes back from Spain today.
assist. Oh my god. What's that? misses. Misses. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay, okay. Good. Fuck, I should. Fuck. Wow. Wait, what? No, yo no estoy preguntando, alguien me está preguntando. Hello?
Hello there. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
So, question.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
So you know how there's the animal sea lions, catfish, tiger sharks, etc.
I'm familiar with those animals. What about them?
Those are all fish. Are there anything on land, not in the ocean? Like, for example, is there like a cat, a dog, a horse, or anything like that called something like that? Like, so you know how like ocean animals are named after on land animals? Are on land animals named after an ocean animal?
That's an interesting question. Yes, there are a few examples. For instance, a cat can refer to a domestic pet, but there's also catfish in the ocean. And though less common, some birds like petrels have names that don't typically have direct land animal counterparts. Is that the kind of connection you were thinking of?
I was thinking like, okay, so since the ocean animal has catfish, does the land animal have something named after a fish?
Not really a direct land animal named after a fish, but there are animals with fish in their name that aren't fish, like starfish, which are echinoderms, or cuttlefish, which are mollusks. Is that the kind of connection you were looking for?
Nah, I'm looking for more like a cat that's named after a fish.
Not really a direct land animal named after a fish. It seems more common for ocean animals to be named after land creatures, like catfish or seahorse. Is there a specific connection you were hoping to find?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's everything. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Feel free to ask if any other questions come up.
Okay, yes, thank you. Have a nice one. One second. Yo, Tap. Got some ice cream. I'm getting ready for school.
Each with their own game-changing startup idea, ready to pitch in 3 minutes. To Ray Palmer, business behemoth, scientific genius. All right. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Make some dreams come true. Chester, what made you think that I... I just know how much you used startup investments to expand Palmer Tech. We just got like unknowns for science. But I also know you've been out of the game for a little while, so I figured I'd help jumpstart the magic. Okay. Oh, and don't worry about TechCon, because your interview with Iris is in for another 90 minutes, so we got time. Hey, that's your back, man. Thank you, but I'm not worried about my schedule. Oh, right. You need a pronoun first, obviously. Chester. I don't want to start another tech business. It's like I told Baron Nervous. The only thing I want to pursue these days is a balanced life. That's why I haven't won the Adams Suit in ages. But you're a legend. Was a legend. Now, I suppose that's what Team Flash is for. Look, I know how that might sound for the Atom, but Ray Palmer's priorities are slightly working in his own lab. I hope that you can understand that. Yeah, no, I get it. And I am so sorry. It's okay. Everyone, today's pitch sessions are officially canceled. What? No, that's not fair. Guys, we are impinging on a great man's time. He's a kid. Go on. Please, come on. Sorry. I still believe in you. Like your sweater. And I will leave you to get your privacy on. And again, I'm so sorry. Chester,
Thank you so much for coming. It's so exciting to have you here. When I founded this conference 5 years ago, I never...
Okay. I think that's everything, chat. We played Roblox, we played FIFA, we played 2K, we played Fortnite, we played Rivals. So we played Roblox Rivals. Roblox Rivals, Fortnite, FIFA, and some 2K. And we did a code. We did code. Quick, super fast. This is the YouTube channel. If we can please get this recent upload, my newest video is titled #Roblox. #Roblox. I just uploaded it recently. It's a quickie. It's like 2 seconds, no exaggeration, literally 2 seconds. Spin, move, jump shot. Spin, move, jump shot. we could please get to 100 views. And TikTok too. Let's go to TikTok.
Excuse me, miss.
I have a boyfriend.
Yeah, that's great. Me too. So just to let you know, you have a tampon sticking out the back.
How do we go? No!
Early underscore on TikTok. This video has no views, zero. I want to get this video to on TikTok. I want 50. Let's say 50. Let's get to 50. On YouTube, I'm asking for 100. We're currently at 68. Uh, we'll be there soon. You know, we're on the way to 100. If we can get the video on TikTok to 50, I would really appreciate it. I would really thank everyone and anyone who participates. Please like, share, comment, subscribe, and follow. We also have to get my TikTok to 50 followers so we can go live on TikTok, please. I'd really appreciate it. But what we did today was a random code generated. We generated a random code and we practiced. Because I have school today and I want to practice before going to school. I have to upload my homework to. I did my homework. My homework was code. We could talk about that actually. Uh, let's talk about it. Computer's loading. Give it a second. Okay. It's 5:11. I have to be to school before 6. So let's talk about it. Open C line. So this is the laptop. What? Yo, where'd it go? Yo, are you serious? Hold on, let me reboot, yo. Yo, chat, are you fucking serious, yo? Yo. No way. Fortunately, I think for one of them I saved it to my notes, but the other one I don't know. I'm rebooting because I opened the tool and the tool is saying is something. There's an error. Oh, give me a second. Open C line. Yo, what? Reopen project. The path something does not exist. If it is on a removable or network drive, please make sure that drive is connected. Yo, what happened? I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that. Okay, it's still there. I don't know why. Trust and Open Project Main C Line 2025 provides a feature that may execute potentially malicious code from this folder. If you don't trust the source, or preview the project in the safe mode to only browse the code. Trust all projects. Add IDE. Some. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's there. It's there. I was about to fucking say, chat, that I put a lot of time. I put a lot of time. I was about to fucking say. I was about to fucking say. Okay, nah, that's good. That's good. We're good. Because before what I was using this web browser. It's a web browser compiler. It's good. But it doesn't save. I have to like redo it. And then with the thing I use now, this tool is a download application. So it's an app that downloads to the computer and it saves all the code to the computer. And what it was just doing, it was saying that there was an error and I had to fucking redo something, but um, it's there and it works. We're gonna run to see if it still runs. Does it still run? Is the question. Oh, 1 second. It's asking safe mode, limited functionality. Trust the project to access full IDE functionality. Yeah, I trust. Okay, let's run. Let's run. Does it still work? Does it still work? Yes, it still works. Okay, we're gonna do I 10, 100, 200, and 300, 1500. Yep, that's good. Okay, we're good. We're good. So what I did here, this is a hospital receipt. The homework is called hospital overload, and it's almost like what we just did recently together. It's almost like what we did recently, almost similar. Only difference is we have pound sign include IO stream and we have pound sign include IO main using namespace standard. We use the character and the doubles at the top before int main, and then after int main when we start the actual code we use character, we use variables, we use both int and double variables. We don't use a loop, but what we do is a lot of if else. We do a lot of if else, and doubles. And right here, as the code finishes, we do some math. We do the days times the rate, and then we do um, we do whatever is we do so whatever this is multiplied, we add it with the medication and the service. And then over here, we do the same thing. We do the meds plus the service. And as you can see, because look, so we do how much it costs to stay, $100. Then we do how much the medication is, $200. Then we do charges for services, 300. So 1, 2, 3. And what that does is, so 100 plus 200 is 300, and then 300 plus 300 is 600. But it does the taxes and the fees. Boom. That's the parentheses and then the plus plus whatever. Um, so it's a calculator that calculates the calculations. It's a good calculator. We basically made a calculator with a receipt. That's what we did. A calculator with a receipt. Next, close. I have to open the next one. I have another one. It's this other. I have this other one. This is the other one. I don't know. I don't know. Look, it's saying error. I don't know why. Anyway, look. Pound sign include IO stream. Pound sign include IO man IP. Username space. Doubles. Ints. Here we have the C out. C out. This one we use a for loop. And then something over here. I don't know, but hey, some new characters. We have some new characters. We have some new characters. But yeah. So there's two. Let's see what this does. Let's run it. Let's see what it does. Run. It's like a it's also it's almost like a receipt. Oh no, it's not like a receipt at all. It's timestamps. So it's like a watch. We kind of made like a stopwatch. But instead of it running time, it runs the time for us, and it tells us the distance between the time. So 1 second is 4.9. 2 seconds is 19.60. 3 seconds is 44.10. 5 seconds is 122.50, and it just goes and goes and goes and goes. Okay. That's everything. I'm gonna go to school. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more. It's Early, better known as Jay. Thank you for watching. Uh, 50 followers on TikTok, 100 views on YouTube. Early underscore on TikTok, early underscore on YouTube. Please go watch. Thank you very